Prelude. This edition is a very crucial edition with a timely message, an indispensable edition for understanding and unraveling a foremost scientific puzzle of the Charles Darwin missing link, and another foremost religious puzzle of where Cain, the assumed brother of Abel in the Bible book of Genesis, got the wife he married in the land of the north after he slew Abel, his supposed brother. The issue of whether or not God exists somewhere is actually the most dominant issue in today's world, and even at that, what or who is God, the identity of the deity called God, or otherwise, is an issue that has so dominated and polarized humanity of all creed, races, and scholarship, so much so that a foremost scientist, Albert Einstein, now late, wrote a letter of note on this topical issue in 1954, a year before his death. That letter was recently sold for a whopping sum of nearly $3 million at Christie's. A look at the contents of that letter that sold for such a whopping sum of money becomes germane for this all-important discourse we are going to have today. And that is called the letter of note. According to the letter, Einstein wrote, "The word God is the product of human weakness." In January of 1954, just a year before his death, Albert Einstein wrote the following letter to philosopher Eric Godkind after reading his book, Choose Life, the Biblical Call to Revolt. That's the title of the book. And made known his views on religion. Apparently, Einstein had only read the book due to repeated recommendation by their mutual friend, Lozin Ebetus, John Brewer. The letter was bought at auction in May 2008 for £170,000. Unsurprisingly, one of the unsuccessful bidders was Richard Dawkins. Then, translated transcript follows. We are reading the translated transcript. The source is David Victor. This is in Princeton, 3rd of January 1954. The letter goes, "Dear Mr. Godkind, inspired by browser's repeated suggestion, I read a great deal in your book, and thank you very much for lending it to me. What struck me was this: with regard to the factual attitude to life and to the human community, we have a great deal in common. Your personal idea with its striving for freedom from ego-oriented desires for making life beautiful and noble with an emphasis on the purely human element. This unites us as having an un-American attitude. Still, without brother's suggestion, I would never have gotten myself to engage intensively with your book, because it is written in a language inaccessible to me. The word God is for me nothing more than the expression and product of human weakness. The Bible, a collection of honorable but still purely primitive legends, which are nevertheless petty, childish. No interpretation, no matter how subtle, can change this for me. For me, the Jewish religion, like all other religion, is an incantation of the most childish superstition. And the Jewish people to whom I gladly belong, and whose thinking I have a deep affinity for, have no different quality for me than all other people. As far as my experience goes, they are also no better than other human groups, although they are protected from the worst cancers by a lack of power. Otherwise, I cannot see anything choosing about them. In general, I find it painful that you claim a privileged position and try to defend it by two ways of pride. An external one as a man and an internal one as a Jew. As a man, you claim, so to speak, dispensation from casualty, otherwise accepted as a Jew. The privilege of monotheism. But a limited casualty is no longer a casualty at all, as our wonderful Spinoza recognized with all incision, probably as the first one. And the animistic interpretations of the religion of nature are in principle not annulled by monopolization. With such ways, we can only attain a certain self-deception, but our moral efforts are not furthered by them. On the contrary, now that I have quite openly stated our differences in intellectual convictions, it is still clear to me that we are quite close to each other in essential things, that is, in our evaluation of human behavior. What separates us are only intellectual proofs and rationalization. In fluid language, therefore, I think that we would understand each other quite well if we talked about concrete things with friendly thanks and best wishes. Yours, A. Easton. That's the end of the letter. Instructively, after a tense 4-minute long auction, Easton's God letter sells for nearly $3 million at Christie's. Following in the same vein, in May 2001, UNESCO sponsored a conference in New York, in which they invited major scientists and theologians to sit down and talk about science and religion. According to one of the participants, Philip Emeagwali, the Biafran-born computer scientist from Anambra State, dubbed the father of the internet, who won the 1989 Gordon Bell Prize for price performance in high-performance computing applications in an oil reservoir modeling calculation using a novel mathematical formulation and implantation. According to Wikipedia. He said in an interview he granted many years ago that the reason UNESCO invited scientists to dialogue with theologians was because most scientists are atheists. That is, they don't believe in the existence of God. Going further, Philip Emeagwali revealed that the key question was, does God exist? And to me, that's personally myself, they were obviously searching for Charles Darwin's missing link in creation, among other things. That is what I suspected. Since the issue of God's existence has become so controversial, especially as heinous atrocities against the human race by human beings who claim to be representing God have been committed and still being committed in the name of this God or gods, as the case may be. Secondly, if the God of the Bible exists in today's world, what is the name of this God that said to Moses, I am that I am? That caused Moses to go before Pharaoh to say unto him, thus said the Lord God of Israel. Let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. What and who is this God in today's world, especially against the backdrop of the same Israelites, the Biafrans, going on the same journey, the same journey of the restoration of their land, flowing with milk and honey, in worship to their gods Or which God actually are they going to worship there? As contentious as this issue of the deity called God is today, from numerous contending gods of all faiths and creeds of this world, it behoves of the entire human race to play this God, or rather to play the gods against God, and use the outcome to solve the scientific mysteries and other puzzles that confront the human race today. It is important we reenact the Mount Carmel showdown, and the God that answered by fire, let him be God. In these modern scientific and technological innovations, let us rather engage God and the gods in intellectual knock-on to solve ancient mysteries. Since the God that did it, if he exists, will unravel the puzzle for us as the one who did it. This will stand as a challenge to all humanity wherever they may be on the planet, whatever they may believe in or worship, as we seek answers to the following question, which if we get the answers, will solve the great riddles of human mysteries, vacate ancient mysteries, and help humanity to discover self and the reason, and how everything came to be. So it is important we start with the key UNESCO question, and that is, does God exist? It's a global challenge. We have to know the truth. Does God exist? That's our key question. Then we go back to the first of the seven wonders of the ancient world. That is the Pyramid of Egypt. Just a few months back, I saw a woman I admire so much, the wife of a man I respect so much. That is Melania Trump, the wife of the best ever American president, Donald Trump. I saw her pose, behind the, in front of the beautiful pyramid in Egypt on her tour, on her recent African tour. And that pyramid is the first of the seven wonders of the ancient world. That is the Pyramid of Egypt, the Great Pyramid at Giza, that contains more than 2,300,000 blocks, with the average weight of each block at 2.5 tons, that stands nearly 500 feet high, supposed to have been built by King Khufu. So the question is, it's still a mystery up to today how it was built. Who and what race actually built it? Even displayed by its size. What does it represent? What is the significance of that pyramid? We have to solve it. This time around, up to today, it poses a very great challenge to scientists and human race. I'm challenging all the whole scientists in this world. All the whole religion, everybody, wherever life may exist. We have to unravel it once and for all. Following in the same vein, these are scientific questions we have to know. Whether there is God. We still go back. What is responsible for the complexities we find in the human brain? That's another question we have to unravel. Then, the last question, there has been this, Africans have been, assumed to be subhuman. There's always this tendency that the white skin is superior, the European skin is superior, that we are subhuman. Even Africans themselves ridicule themselves, by pronouncing that, the brain of a black man is a monkey and baboon and all that crazy stuff, So we want to bring that to a halt today. We want to know the white man's skin. How did it come about? How did it come about? And what is the significance of it? These are very important questions that we must answer to unravel the identity of the deity called God. This indeed is a challenge to the whole world, as we prove the identity of the real God once and for all. It is a standing challenge for future answer, different from the main message in this edition. My message in this edition is my playing the dual role of a scientist and a theologian, so to say, to decode Charles Darwin's missing link and the issue of where Cain got his wife from. So you are going to enjoy this message of today, and not today's date, Monday the 24th of December 2018. That is the Christmas Eve. I always emphasize on this because of, people who will come and, play fast and copy your messages and turn it and claim authorship. That is the reason. So we are going to enter into the preambles of today's message before I enter into the main body of the message. And my message to all Biafrans, to all Christians anywhere you are, especially in Biafra land. We are in the countdown to the open jihad of the Muslim North against the Satanas, especially the former Eastern region. From this moment, especially from the Christmas Eve, from the Christmas Day, which is 25th, but I'm very, very certain that jihad will commence on the 31st of December. It may even commence because of this message, it may come before then. You are going to be prepared to fight that jihad wherever you are. It is going to be mad, mutual assured destruction. Wherever you see yourself, it's your battlefield and it's your burial ground. You cannot escape it. This is not a message you joke with. All the Biafrans in the Nigerian army, in the armed forces, whether police or wherever you are, you have to desert immediately, even without your weapons. Go back and defend your fatherland. It is fight to finish. When you get there, the weapon you capture there, you use it and fight. If they start to kill the Igbos or the Biafrans in their land, you enter and slaughter their own civilian citizens wherever they may be, in their own place. So it's a general war everywhere. It's a war of no retreat, no surrender. Even when it starts, maybe we have to cut off and destroy River Niger and River Benue so that there be no entrance and no exit, so that everybody will know that this fight is the last fight of the ages. You cannot escape it. It is war and war to finish. There's nothing like Nigerian army, Nigerian police, Nigerian this, they no longer exist. It's fraudulent. They are all Boko Haram and ISIS. So this is an important message you have to key into. You don't have to play with this message. And you must expand this message as necessary as ever. And I pray that the good Lord will release me from any punishment that would have arisen if I did not preach this message. Because this is one of the most difficult messages, pressure that I went through before I could be able to preach it. So to God be the glory. So let me go into the preamble. I will start with this. God didn't make mistake making Nigeria multi-ethnic. That is what Buhari, the assumed Buhari said in Punch of October 2, 2018. President Muhammad Buhari on Monday, October 1, 2018 said God did not make a mistake by making Nigeria a multi-ethnic nation. According to a statement by his special advisor on media and publicity, Mr. Femi Adesina, the president spoke while receiving the general superintendent of the Deeper Life Bible Church, Pastor William Kumuyi, at the presidential villa in Abuja. God did not make a mistake when he created over 250 different ethnic groups and decided to put them in a place called Nigeria. He said Nigeria must appreciate God for having everyone together. We must, I'm quoting him, we must appreciate God for bringing us together. He knows what he was doing. He didn't make a mistake, the president noted. I quite agree with what the supposed Buhari is supposed to have said. Of course, Buhari is late. If we say God made a mistake, it means we are not giving God his full attribute as a God who knows all things from the beginning to the end. So God did not make a mistake for putting Nigeria together. But my message to you is, in as much as God did not make a mistake by putting Nigeria together, the reason why God put Nigeria together is over. Therefore, the same God who put Nigeria together have decided to separate Nigeria. And nothing stops that. Nigeria has come to an end. Nigeria cannot last beyond this year. By 2019, this following 2019, Biafra is going to be consolidated one way or the other. Whether you like it or not, that is the plain truth. I'm still going to quote another article attributed to the same Buhari, so to say. This was from Punch newspaper of November 30, 2018. You say, I am Abraham's descendants. Let's go into the content. I'm reading it. President Muhammadu Buhari on Friday said he was a descendant of Abraham, a biblical hero regarded as the father of faith. The president said this in an article he wrote in the Church Times United Kingdom titled, Don't Politicize Religion in Nigeria. The Church Times is the United Kingdom's Anglican newspaper. The opinion was published on November 30 with the title, Don't Politicize Religion in Nigeria. In the piece, Buhari eulogized the late Reverend Samuel Ajayi Crowther, reputed to have translated the English Bible into Yoruba language. The president said, just like the millions of Christians in Nigeria, he believes in peace, tolerance, reconciliation, the institution of the family, the sanctity of marriage, divine revelation, among others. He wrote, and I'm quoting him, in 1884, Reverend Samuel Ajayi Crowther returned home to Yoruba land. 20 years earlier, he had been kidnapped and sold to European slave traders who were bound for the Americans. And even at that, it's even interesting. What actually motivated the Europeans to go on exploration to start with? What is the spirit behind the slave trade? And why did it even stop? These are some of the puzzles, we have to solve in other editions, and it still poses a challenge to the whole humanity. They should even take it and answer those questions. So back to the piece. He said in 1884, Reverend Samuel Ajayi Crowther returned home to Yoruba land. 20 years earlier, he had been kidnapped and sold to European slave traders who were bound for the Americas. He was freed by an abolitionist naval patrol and received by the Church Missionary Society. There he found his calling. Crowther had made his voyage home to establish the first Anglican mission in Yoruba land. He came with the first Bible translated into Yoruba and Hausa languages. He opened dialogue and discussion with those of other faiths, and his mission was a success. Crowther later became the first African Anglican Bishop of Africa. The president added, along with the millions of Christians of Nigeria today, I believe in peace, tolerance, and reconciliation, in the institution of the family, the sanctity of marriage, and the honor of fidelity in hope, compassion, and divine revelation. Like Bishop Crowther, I am a descendant of Abraham. Unlike him, I am a Muslim. I believe our two great religions can not only peacefully coexist, but also flourish together. But Muslims and Christians must first turn to one another in compassion. For it says in Amos chapter 3 verse 3, do two walk together unless they have agreed to meet? Buhari further said he believed that there was far more that united Muslims and Christians than what divided them. Unfortunately, he said, there were those who sought to divide Nigeria along religious lines for their own advantage. He said he had been accused of trying to Islamize Nigeria and also accused by Boko Haram terrorists of being against Islam. I'm quoting him. My vice president is a devout Muslim, a Christian pastor. He too is accused of selling out his religion because of his support for me, Buhari said. Still going into his letter. This is not the first time that I, nor indeed my Christian Muslim evenly split cabinet has been the subject of such nonsense. Fortunately, the fire speaks differently from the ways of those who seek to divide us from one another. The president said since his administration has been in power, Boko Haram has been significantly and totally degraded, adding that he had befriended church leaders and church groups both within and outside the country. He said, in all things we seek that which all well-meaning Christians and well-meaning Muslims must seek, to unite, respect, and never to divide. Does it not say there is no compulsion in religion? Quran 2:5 Does it not say, forbid him not, for he that is not against us is for us? Luke chapter 9 verse 50. This surely is the path that followers of both our two great religions must walk. Unfortunately, those who wish us all to walk apart have recently found another focus for their efforts: the tragic clashes between nomadic herders and settled farmers in the central region of Nigeria. I want the world to note this statement of the tragic clashes between nomadic herdsmen and settled farmers in the central region of Nigeria. That is the herdsmen and farmers clashes. Very, very important. Today we are going to see the origin of that mortal combat, and we are going to destroy it today. The world should wake up. Governor of Benue State, people of Plateau, people of southern Nigeria, people of Biafra land, everywhere there have been herdsmen menace. Wake up and listen to this message. Today, the problem of herdsmen menace will end in Nigeria forever and ever. Both cow meat, nobody will eat cow meat again forever and ever in Biafra land. It will become a curse. The herdsmen must pack and go. It's a law. After this message, so the whole humanity will listen and see what is going to happen. Still going into the report, stating that the cause of the conflict was not religion or theological, he said it was only temporal. I want to go back to that statement again. Unfortunately, those who wish us to walk apart have recently found another focus for their efforts: the tragic clashes between nomadic herders and settled farmers in the central region of Nigeria. Stating that the cause of the conflict was not religion or theological, he said it was only temporal. That is a very big lie. The cause of the problem is very, very religious. Nigerian problem is not a question of leadership. Leadership have nothing to do with Nigerian problem. Nigerian problem is religious and spiritual. We are going to see the real origin of Nigerian problem today in this piece, and once and for all kill the mystery surrounding Nigeria. The mystery. I'm shining down the light from above for you. Once you remove the power of darkness by shining the light on it, its power is destroyed. If you shine the light on it, it's destroyed, because you will see the hidden contents of darkness and people are saved. So after today, you will know that it's upon you to protect your life and ensure the continuation of your future generation, whom you will pass your gen on to. Everything about Nigerian armed forces or not, forget about it. It has ended. So listen, you hear story today about Nigeria. I'm still quoting. I'm still quoting him. He said, at the heart of this discord, that is the farmers traders clashes. At the heart of this discourse is access to rural land, exacerbated both by climate change and population growth. That is a lie. The total population of the Fulanis in Nigeria, their total population is less than 7 million. The least minority ethnic group in Nigeria. So where is the population growth? Of who? Which race? Over who? And we have always said it. The North control more than 90% of the total land mass in Nigeria. See, if it is a question of access to land, they have it. More than the South. Still going into his quote, he says, sadly, there are some who seek to play fast and lose, and so make others believe that these are not the facts. When religion is claimed as the cause, and by those who know that it is not, it only makes finding a resolution more difficult. The way to resolution is the way of truth. And today, you will see the truth, you will know the truth, and by the truth you will know, it will set you free. Jesus, the author of life, is the truth, the way and the life. The truth must set you free. You will be free by the power of the truth. That is why the Bible says, my people suffer, they perish, not for lack of Satan, not for lack of Fulani herdsmen, not for lack of any other thing, but for, not even for lack of poverty, but for lack of what? Knowledge. Knowledge is the weapon that destroys the powers of darkness. So today we are going to break mental strongholds that have held the people into the cocoon of slavery forever. That mental bondage will be broken today by the power of the Supreme God, the unmover with an empty tomb, the God that created the universe and made everything thereof, and is the owner of heaven and earth, the A to Z, Alpha and Omega. In his name today, that mental bondage is broken forever and ever as you come to know the real truth. Sadly, there are some who seek to play fast and loose and so make others believe that these are not the facts when religion is claimed as the cause, and by those who know that it is not. It only makes finding a resolution more difficult. Buhari said his government had taken action to mediate and bring the two groups, farmers and herders, together in peace and unity, he said. As our constitution codifies, what constitution are you talking about? We don't have a constitution. Nigeria have expired. What constitution is it you're talking about? Constitution you obey in breach, or the one you abide by? As our constitution codified, politicizing religion has no place in Nigeria, for it makes us turn away from one another. It makes us retreat into our communities and walk different paths. I believe that there is a better way. There is a better way. To those who seek to divide us, I still hold my hand out in brotherhood and forgiveness. Forget about brotherhood. We are going to see whether we are actually brothers. I ask only that they stop and instead encourage us to turn towards one another in love and compassion. Nigeria belongs to all of us. This is what I believe. If you believe that, you can believe anything. Don't get yourself fooled. Now, into the message of today. This message is a two-in-one series. This is the part A. The part B will follow immediately. The part B we deal with the interpretation of the dream of Pharaoh in the book of Genesis that Joseph successfully translated for Pharaoh, that promoted him in Egypt, the 7-year plenty and the 7-year famine in Egypt. We are going to revisit that dream because of what it pertains for the people of our time in this New Testament dispensation. It's still a cardinal dream that we must revisit, and that will be in the next edition. In the next edition of this particular series, the two goes together. So I greet all the good people of the Lord in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. The only God that died, rose from the grave, and held captivity captive. I'm not even answering the UNESCO question of whether God exists. It's different from what I'm preaching today. So this is a separate issue. My name is Chinyere Ezeogu, the one and only income writer and the messenger of the message of the carcass that is preparing the elect of God for the events of the closing of the age and the rise of that man of sin, the man of perdition, the supreme Antichrist. As we are already into the season of rapture, we don't know where we are. Today is Monday, the 24th of December 2018. That is the eve of the Christmas day. That message of Joseph's dream will be the lost Christmas gift to the people of the world. And I'm going to preach that message tomorrow, the Christmas day. So this my message now is my 19th message and the 18th voice conversation or message I am sharing with the good people of the earth. Today's message is one of my vintage signature message. That is that edition that comprises the A and B of Joseph's dream and this one. They are my very major messages on earth. I have 3 signature messages on earth. 3 key messages. Above all the messages I will preach, there are 3 key messages that form my signature messages. After I preach that messages, after these 3 messages, I'm ready to die. My job will be done. Those messages, today's message, the part A and part B, this part A that is coming and the part B that will come tomorrow is one key message. The second message will be the message that will vacate all those puzzles, all those questions that we pose. And the third message will be the real identity of the Antichrist, where we are presently in this world. After those 3 messages, my assignment is done. So these things we are preaching are not easy things that you look at. This one is one of my signature messages. A profound message that will take your breath away. Simply out of this world and freshly baked from the inner oven of the throne of God in heaven. The seat of the power of heaven. And the throne of our Lord, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. The eagle one and the Lion of the tribe of Judah. Who proclaimed in the holy book of John, chapter 10, verse 10, the thief cometh not, but for to steal, and to kill, and to destroy. I am come that they might have life, and that they might have it more abundantly. I pray in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, Sir, my Father and my Lord, let this affliction not arise again a second time in the life of my people. Let them not be slaughtered again, like what happened in the Civil War. My Father, take control. Accept them. Reverse the order of this jihad and make it Purim. Turn it against them. I pray unto you the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the only King with an empty tomb, whom we are celebrating his birthday this Christmas season. has given us through this wonderful expose life more abundant and to destroy the work and powers of the evil one who have come not but for to steal and to kill and to destroy. Our Lord Jesus Christ, as a special birthday gift, has just given his children or sheepfold life more abundantly. It doesn't matter whether Jesus Christ was born in December or not. That is not my issue. It's irrelevant. The issue is that he was born and we are celebrating his birthday this season. Today and the message tomorrow. The best birthday gift ever that has ever existed in the history of the world. And the world will hold on to them. This is not one of those messages you hear and keep to yourself. You are under divine command, divine mandate, final mandate as an earthly man to spread and ensure this message is heard all over the world. If possible, even in less than 2 days. Blessings and curses, life and death are all embedded in this message, either for those who will heed this final quest through call and respond as divinely instructed, or for those who will ignore it. Punishment comes. There are people who say you don't believe. Whether you believe in God or you don't believe in God is irrelevant. It is not relevant in this particular dispensation we are discussing. You must, one day in this life, as long as you are neatly being, your knee must bow in realization that yes, indeed, truly, that God exists. In this message, we will solve the riddle of the two most foremost scientific and religious puzzles where did Cain, the first male child from Eve, get the wife he married. According to the Bible, and Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of the north, on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife. That was in Genesis 4. If you go to verse 16 to 17, you find it. Where is Charles Darwin, the father of evolution, missing link? We are going to solve that mystery today that have existed and remained a puzzle to all the whole great scientists of this world. In this message, we are going to solve finally the missing link of Darwin. I am the scientist who discovered the Garden of Eden. Some tell you Eden is not a reality, it's a phantom. This is an atmospheric phenomenon. It's not a real practical phenomenon. Eden is a practical. Bible said it is a garden that was planted on earth. After I will tell you how I was able to get the Garden of Eden. The sold Bakassi Peninsula is the Garden of Eden that Obasanjo sold to the Antichrist forces. That is the real Bakassi Peninsula, is the real Garden of Eden. Bakassi Peninsula in Nigeria is the Garden of Eden that was stolen, sold to Cameroon. It's in Nigeria, that is the Garden of Eden. Very central to what we are going to preach today. How much did they collect for subsidy the other time? All those money you pay for subsidy, they are why? Why is Nigerian oil the best? Sold for free and all that. Go and check. Because of the, how does oil even come about? Is it not as a result of activities of the old? That is as a result of activities of the old. Biafra is the oldest country in the whole world because it is the country where God kept Adam, all those ancient activities that went on. That is why Nigerian crude is the best. So when they tell you subsidy, what do you call? Nigeria is the highest producer of crude oil. I've always said it. They cleverly twisted and used Saudi Arabia as a front. That is why you get all this oil pirating and all that in Nigeria, because they are producing not only their own, but the quotas of Saudi Arabia as front. Before I did the expos. So the subsidy you see is not a subsidy. What they do is they have sold the Bakassi Peninsula, and from that Bakassi Peninsula, they are piping out Nigerian oil. Go and look at the activities that is going on in Cameroon. A landlocked, uneconomic zone before. So after the sale of Cameroon, go and look at what activity is going on. All the whole global, superpowers in oil. Where are they? They're in Bakassi Peninsula. They're in Cameroon. All those, Gulf areas of the. Go and look at what they're doing. Typhoning Nigerian crude oil.
So after stealing Pakistan, Obasanjo and all of them, they went to all these African countries and overseas. They built their refineries there. So when they change Nigerian crude, they go to their refineries and refine them and still ship the same crude to Nigeria. And we are paying them and they call it subsidy. That is the racketing that has been going on. But yet people don't know. People don't know. That is the genesis. They saw it. It was why they founded Boko Haram. I've always said it, because they wanted more territory. When they wanted more territory, they wanted to make it easier for them. You know, they wanted Obudu cattle ranch and all the whole environment. They wanted it more after stealing Bakassi. So when they wanted it, they don't know how to go about it. In the Bible, the boundary demarcation, between the so-called Nigeria and Cameroon boundary adjustment program, they wanted to take some of those areas, but they don't know how to do it. Because the Cross River people, they are not agreeing. The people of Obudu environment, they are agitating. They said, no, they don't agree. Even their representative, when he was there in Domeba, go and ask him what happened. The petition his people gave him to table on the floor of the Senate. What did they do? In order to succeed and make it possible for them, for Nigerian government to be lenient to them and give them those territories. That was under Jonathan's tenure. They have to kidnap the Chibos girls. That was how they kidnapped the Chibos girls. Obasanjo engineered it with the forces of the Antichrist. Bill Clinton, Obama, and all of them, with the United Nations, you know, Kofi Annan, with France and all these neighboring countries, Britain, you know, the British masquerade and all of them. They ganged up with France and all of them. That was how they kidnapped the Chibos girls. In order to make it malleable, they wanted to use those girls as a chip to bargain. You know, embarrass President government, Jonathan's government, and, you know, pretend to help him to recover the girls. And in exchange, he will, you know, he will accede, agree to allow the boundary adjustment go the way they wanted. They wanted it. That was what happened. So they kidnapped the girls, using Boko Haram that was formed, the first Boko Haram that was formed in 1999 to the year 2000, in the guise of Operation Focus Relief, of peace, keeping peace in West African zones like Sierra Leone and all that. That Obasanjo and Bill Clinton, that was during Bill Clinton's tenure. They used it, they kidnapped those girls. That was the group of Boko Haram they used that match with the one founded by Yusuf in late 2003. That was the people they used. After kidnapping them, they balkanized them, they separated them. That's how you got the Abanawi, the Mohammed Usman, Abanawi. Go and look at him, Khalid Abawani. He's still supposed to be in the Nigerian detention camp today, charged with killing of 11 expatriate workers and all that. Then we have some of the deep members that were used to kidnap the Chibos girls. Then when I blew the expos, what they did, they now kidnapped the Dapchi girls in order to make it possible to release the Abawani them, because of the involvement of John Kerry and a lot of other Western powers, John Brennan and all that. That was what happened. Through the DSS, in collaboration with the TSS, Daura, the former DSS boss. Go and look at him up to today. The money they gave him, go and use and pay ransom and bring Leah Sharibu. Where is Leah Sharibu today? We are celebrating Christmas. I dedicate this edition to her. One of the people I dedicated to. The world must rise in anger and stand for this girl on this Christmas day. We must not forget her. We must not forget Leah. Today, the issue of Leah must end. In Jesus' name, we are going to bring Leah Sharibu back. The money they gave Daura to go and pay for ransom, go and look at it. It ended up in Daura's account. The Israeli government are still having it. Today they are not talking about Khalid Abawani again. They are not talking about prosecuting Daura, who committed treason against the Nigerian state. And this Daura is still the same person that sent ISIS to murder Lesbade. Because Buhari is dead. Because Aisha Buhari told Lesbade that her husband is dead. And Aisha Buhari is under house arrest. But people don't know. They are planning to kill that woman. because she is against the evil that they are perpetuating. And the world is keeping quiet. Or the whole world leaders, they are keeping quiet. In less than 7 days today, the massive slaughter in Igbo land will take place. And the whole world are keeping quiet. Anyway, that's for another day. Let me continue with what I'm saying here. So this discourse is a foremost interest, whether you believe in God or not, and the spirit of the revelation in this prophecy portends great importance to all humanity, irrespective of their grade of faith, in understanding the events of the closing down of our age, as we know it, counting down to the unavoidable apocalypse that is already upon us, the long prophesied Armageddon wars, the beginning of the countdown of the battle of the prophet of the ages, to whom I dedicate this entire piece to. First, to our Lord Jesus Christ, my inspirator, on whose behest I speak, the great I am that I am, who is the faithful witness and the first begotten of the dead, and the prince of the kings of the earth, the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last. Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierce him, and all kindred of the earth shall wail because of him. Even so, amen and amen and amen. I dedicate this piece to all prophets and warriors of God down the ages. To Moses, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to Joshua, to Daniel, to Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, to Joseph, to Elijah, to Elisha, to Gideon, to Job, to Hezekiah, to Mordecai, to Esther, to Samson, to John the Baptist, to Joab, to Noah, to Samuel, to Ezra, to Ezekiel, to Hosea, to Jonah, to Matthew, to Mark, to Luke, to John, to Peter, to James, to Stephen, to Paul, and Silas, and to the numerous others not mentioned, but who merited and worthy to be mentioned. The long-fought battle of the prophets of the ages is coming to a climax, a catastrophic finish. We are the people of the last battle as of the Lord. And this race, we shall run a perfect race and conclude it in Jesus' name. I also dedicate it to all those sons and daughters of God presently being on earth today and hearing my voice from all over the world, who will have the courage, because courage does not accept defeat, to stand up, be counted on the right side of God, and be one of the battle acts of the Lord in the epic battle of the ages that started in the Garden of Eden, where God put Adam and Eve. To all those sons and daughters of God who will readily stand up now as onward Christian soldiers marching into this epic battle with the realization that winning will make us famous. Losing means certainty of certain death and a disgrace to our heroes past, who handed down the baton with a swearing hairstart for us to finish. Jesus conquered the world and gave us victory. That victory, we claim it now, as we see in this piece, the generational cause of Nigerian problem as spiritual and the root cause of farmers' headers clash that we will finally forever destroy by the prayer of this message and by the power of this message. To Jesus be the glory. Now we are going to take a peep into some prideful arrogance, hubris of the Fulani, the Nigerian scenario as a case point, or rather, the imperial hubris of the Fulani against the rest of us.
Let us weigh the activities. I will start with one of the quote of one of them. We, the Hausa Fulani, are chosen especially by God to rule. No apologies to the Yorubas, no apologies to the Igbos. And thank goodness the minorities are not in doubt about this matter. All the same, no apologies to them either. The Yoruba are not cut out for leadership, they are followers. Even in the simple act of following, it takes a genius of a God-given, especially skilled people like us, the Hausa Fulani, to put them properly into line. Leadership to us is intrinsic. Now the Igbos, these people are no less bereft of the simple qualities of leadership. They too are born followers. In fact, more so than the Yorubas. This is from Mohammed Adamu, Concord Magazine of April 1997. Everything I'm producing are legal documents. That is why I take time. Pre-science. Go and watch and stellar. Watch all my works. I take time to prepare them so that all you do is add one or two things and present them as legal documents. This document, I'm forwarding it to the International Criminal Court with other documents. It should be recalled that when states in Nigeria were required to adopt state logos that best reflect the vision of their state, Sokoto State, the seat of caliphate and the spiritual and political headquarters of Islam in Nigeria, adopted the logo Born to Rule. Many people don't even know the religion of Islam was founded by the Roman Catholic Church. They founded the Roman Catholic. They founded Islam. The Pontiff founded the Islamic religion. But that is, by the way, it's for another day. We're going to talk about that later. We are still going into the discourse. The 1957 Open Declaration of Ahmadu Bello read thus: we, the people of the North, will continue our stated intention to conquer the South and to dip the Quran into the Atlantic Ocean after the British leaves our shore. That is the comment he made. The same Ahmadu Bello followed this up with his bombshell declaration on 12th of October 1960, barely 11 days after independence of Nigeria. And he said, I'm quoting him, the new nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We must use the minorities in the North as willing tools and the South as a conquered territory, and never allow them to rule over us, and never allow them to have control over their future. End of quote. Another one. Nigeria's first prime minister, also from the Hausa Fulani stock, Tafawa Balewa, declared in 1947, we do not want our southern neighbors to interfere in our development. We have never associated ourselves with the activities of these people. We do not know them, we do not recognize them, and we share no responsibility in their actions. We shall demand our rights when the time is ripe. If the British quit Nigeria now, at this stage, the northern people will continue their uninterrupted conquest to the sea. End of quote. Now, what do we get after IBB's, IBB conjuring jingoism with our collective future? After his consultations, establishment of centers for this and that, finally, an election that cost Nigeria taxpayers approximately $40 billion in the June 12, 1993 election that MK Abiola won. I dedicate this aspect to MK Abiola and the wife Kudirat. I even wrote a book on them when their demise took place. Abiola was the one who got me into activism. He's dead. The sheer effrontery, grandstanding, and swaggering of the moment of June 12 grieved my soul, and I swore that as long as I live on earth, I must unveil his killers. That was my genesis. That was what got me into activism. That was what got me into what I'm doing today. Abiola. So this aspect, I dedicated to him and his wife. I coined the word Kudibiola, meaning unsurrendered mandate. And I believe in their honor. Kudibiola means Kudirat and Abiola.
I believe with the evolution of languages, one day it will find itself into the English language and become a permanent feature in honor of that hero and heroine. I wrote a book on them, shining the light down from heaven as the hero and heroine go home. And that book represents the last Bible of the age. Everything that is happening on that in this world today is encoded in that book, written so many years ago. We shall come back to it. So it's not for today, because today's message is very, very lengthy. Abiola won the freest election and the most transparent, credible election ever conducted in the country, where the people, uncoerced, voted according to their conscience overwhelmingly for MKO Abiola across the ethnic creeds and faiths and, culture of the whole Nigeria. What did we get in return from the evil genius, General Ibrahim Babangida, that dubbed himself a military president, whom the Fulani Kabas, and their international backers used to destroy that election? That is through the annulment. Did Babangida explain why he annulled the June 12th election? And where is the winner of that election today? That is the problem with Nigeria. Truth buried to the ground shall rise again. That is the consequences of Nigerian problem. That is the problem of eternal problem of Nigeria. You bury the truth, it comes up, you force it back, you force, and millions are dying every day. That is it. Consequences of truth buried to the ground, that the ground is vomiting out. That is Nigerian Waterloo. I've always said it. The situation of Nigeria will not be by referendum or whatever they are calling it. The situation of Nigeria is act of iniquities by the state actors, by the leaders themselves. Iniquities, that is what will break Nigeria. The legal implications of their act, spirit coupled with spiritual fermentation, that is how Nigeria will break up. By word of the truth, just present the truth on top of Nigeria, Nigeria is destroyed. That is the easiest way to destroy Nigeria. Nothing at all. Insist on the principles of the truth and Nigeria is over. Those agitating one Nigeria today, they will all leave. They tell you no, they can't stand it. That is the easiest, simplest way. That is how Nigeria will break up. Not all this. How many people will be alive when the referendum will come? That truth buried in the ground shall rise again, which is the reason history keep repeating itself as it vomits the truth out of the ground of its burial. That is repeating and staring us all in the face presently in the Nigerian scenario today. Where is MK Abiola and his beautiful wife Kudirat? I ask Nigerians as a whole. I'm asking you, where is Abiola? Where is the champion of Hope 93 today? Where are the principles of June 12 today in today's Nigeria? And what are the entices that made it possible for the man who annulled that election to still be stalking and swaggering our national landmark, a free man, without even the benefit of an explanation? What are the underlying principles that scourged former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan in fright for his life out of Aso Rock and to concede defeat when the final battle has not even been fully fought and won? He hands up and say, I'm going. What made him do that? What are the entices that made Buhari, or fraudulently, declare President Muhammadu Buhari, who of course is late now, in a very compromised election, refused to sign the electoral amendment bill 1, 2, 3, 4 times as requested by the people's representative in the legislature? That's it. That's the man who was talking about constitution in his letter in the United Kingdom Church. Constitution, look at it. Who writes the constitution of a country? Is it not the legislature? Is it not the legislature that write the constitution? Then they told you through their people who put them there. Electoral bill, sign it, you say you will not sign it. You. And you're talking about constitution and law of order in Nigeria. We are joking in this country. You. A front rail out of impunity. You went and withdrew $1 billion, only you. Want to go and use and fight Boko Haram. When you are using it to prosecute your jihad. Now the ECA account, go and look at it. They have depleted it. 1.6 billion is gone out of it. $1.6 billion, Buhari have removed it. All for the jihad. Only him. They say you're a body double. You can't even address your people. You went to hospital in London, you can't tell us what you are suffering from. When the taxpayers' money are paying for your head, and you talk of one Nigeria. Okay. What are the entities of impunity that authorize Buhari to appoint 85% of the service chiefs and 85% of top strategic positions of INEC with members of his ethnic and religious faith in a heterogeneous entity like Nigeria with over 300 diverse ethnic nationalities and culture? That is a man who was telling you in his letter, Nigeria belongs to all of us. We are brothers. Look at him, a useless man. Look at him. The least qualified to rule. The tribe, the poorest, the most uneducated, the most backward, that does not contribute 1% in the whole federation account. But yet, they appropriate 98% of the whole total sums of money in Nigeria. That is, your brothers. You say Nigerians are your brothers. Your hand of fellowship to your brothers. I'm only saying what you said. That's it. Now look at it. Service chiefs everywhere. IG want to extend IG's position. Want to extend him to oversee election. Nigerians, if you don't insist, not even days or weeks, you must insist even before the end of this year. All the whole service chiefs, they must leave from A to Z. Positions of the service chiefs, all of them spread according to the ethnic and religious groupings in Nigeria. Since foremost, distribute all of them, starting from DPOs in the police station, to commissioners, to everywhere in the military and everywhere. If you don't do it, you're finished. I keep on telling the Biafrans. They don't listen. You talk of revolution. You think revolution have never been a spontaneous, it's really a spontaneous overall occurrence. It starts small. One person can start it. You are going to lead this revolution, the start is. Whether you like it or not, God has chosen you as the last chance to break the bone of Islamism in Nigeria. If not, you are finished. We are talking, they are sleeping. America is sleeping, Israel is sleeping. After these messages, I will offer irrefutable proof of the affinity between the Igbos and the Israelites. When that affinity is proven, the Israelites will wear Biafran uniform and fight in Biafra land. You are going to see we are counter to the era, to the beginning of the Third World War, but people don't know it. Biafra is a sign for translation. Israel is only the final sign for the commencement of the Armageddon War. Go and look at the Biafra, go and look at the world map, go and look at the map of Africa. You see that it's shaped like a gun, with Nigeria as the trigger point. And when you look at where the bite of Biafra is, it is the pin clip, the main pin clip of that belt that holds the globe. Once you remove that pin clip, bam, everything collapses. The oversized trouser will fall. You already in it. Nothing saves it. I've always told the people of Igbos why the chicken is used as a sacrificial offering today is because in those time of yore, in the land of the animal, there was famine in the land of the animal. The animal kingdom wanted to perish, and they have to, as legends have it, they have to go and inquire from the gods what is happening to them. And it was required that sacrifice should be made to the gods to appease the gods of the land. And they called a meeting to debate on what will be used and the sacrifice that will be offered to the gods. Every other animal attended that meeting except the fowl. The chicken, the fowl did not come. And when the issue of what will be used for the sacrifice arose, every animal was represented. They said that since the fowl is not there, the fowl will be used as a sacrifice. That was the commencement of how fowl was used as sacrifice, as legend have it. You are down too. The evil doubt is everywhere, careful everywhere. Don't move an inch everywhere. You are all going to die. You're already facing death. You have days, starting from the Christmas day, which is even tomorrow. Your life is not safe. The jihad will commence. They will surrender you and they will slaughter you. Don't go to anywhere. Even on the 31st night, don't go to any church. Don't go to anywhere. Defend yourself. Because their jihad is real. Defend yourself. Fight to finish. Go and prepare now. Prepare well. All this money you people are packing. This money very, very soon will become very, very useless. You are not going to do anything with it. I'm telling you, believe me. If you don't believe what I'm saying today, you will never believe anything. Even if God comes from heaven, you will not believe him. So this is not a message you will have to joke with. You have to take this message very, very serious. Demand today, let one of you be represented in the security chiefs of, as a security chief in the Nigerian forces, in the security chief cadre. If not, you are finished. You must be represented. When Buhari chooses his chief of army, Mr. Buratai, and his NSO, his national security, advisor, what happened? He chose all of them from the northeast. Mongoro. He said why he chose them, because they are from the war zone. They know the area very well. So now that you are facing war or whatever they do in the southern enclave, in the former eastern region, he should remove them and put the people of the southeast there. Since they are the people that understand the surroundings. He put southeast and south. Do not obey any police or any authority coming from the northerners. It has to be our own people. If you don't take what I'm telling you serious, you're already gone. Death is staring you in the face and nothing saves you. So back to what I'm saying, about Abiola. So my fellow countrymen, I believe this is some of the questions we must find the answers in order to remain as one country or move forward. We must answer the question of what made Abiola not to be in the State House but remain in jail until he was finally murdered. Why did they kill Abiola? I trace his death to reparation. It was reparation that killed Abiola. Western powers conspired and killed him because of reparation. I prepared their charges, all of them. You stop for today. This question of circumstances must be addressed before any credible election will come forth in Nigeria. I don't believe the presidential election in Nigeria must not hold, and it will never hold. Other elections, I don't mind other elections, they will hold so that people will get a representative to dialogue on the final dismantling of the evil empire called Nigeria. So I'm pro-election on the other cadres. I'm against the presidential election. And that is the future of the Igbos in Nigerian politics. I will discuss that later. The son of the evil journalist, that is Muhammad Babangida, that is the son of Ibrahim Babangida, declared in 1998, there were other generals, including Abacha, who said that if power was ceded to a Sultan like Abiola, the North would have nothing left. They put my father in a corner. They threatened him. Muhammad Babangida said this in the Vanguard newspaper publication of July 28, 1998. From the evil journalist himself, from Babangida himself, General Ibrahim Babangida, at the height of the announcement of June 12th announcement. What did he say? I'm quoting him. The decision which this administration took in respect of the June 12th presidential election remains, in my judgment, the best for our country. The decision obviously hurt my friends, but I, for this purpose and on the occasion, wanted to be counted on the side of the nation, my country. We are going to see our country. That my friends see my action as an act of betrayal is regrettable and unfortunate. We are there to have a large heart. Perhaps they would have been able to see through the broader patriotic zeal which propelled the administration under my leadership into taking that action. I have many friends. These friends in turn acknowledges our friendship built over many years of give and take. I love my friends, but I also love my country. It is the height of patriotism that whenever the love of one's country is in conflict with any other love, the love for the country takes precedence. End of quote. That is what IBB said. IBB should be asked if he was quoted out of context in the above statement he made many years ago, or whether he plead the case of malapropism. If not, why the heck did he annul that election? What is the definition of the broader patriotic zeal which propelled the administration under his leadership into taking that action? Which country was IBB rather address? If I should address him in his full name, Chinyere Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida Joseph acclaimed evil genus. Which country is he referring to that has a conflicting love with that of his friend or helpless Nigerians he held captive and destroyed their lives through the annulment of that wonderful monumental landmark epic election? Yet, as recently as this month, that is this December, on December 8, 2018, the Sahara Report has published an interview Babangida granted to the press. As spiteful as ever, with full arrogant disposition of his Fulani master's hubris, whom he claims affinity with, egged on and bored by them without remorse, in the most arrogant display of Fulani lordly intrinsic claim to power, to lord it over the rest of us as conquered territory, declared. I'm quoting him. June 12. That presidential election is considered the freest and fairest election, and nobody wants to give me credit for it. That's what he said. That was the same election he willfully and haughtily annulled, with full impunity, set up the winner of that election, Chief M.K. Abiola, and his beautiful wife Kudirat Abiola, to be murdered, and forced Nigeria to accept an interim government. After all this rubbish, Nigerians accepted it from him. That is no wonder Nigerians today lack the guts to compel their president to address heinous scandals concerning his actual identity. Unremorseful as ever, several decades after that annulment. In this December 2018 interview, while responding to the question of whether the late General Sani Abacha had threatened him over the June 12 election, Babangida responded, "No, he couldn't have threatened me, to be fair to him. But I knew he wanted that job at all costs." Still speaking further, after mumbling some gibberish rubbish to massage Ezeogu, Babangida declared, "I wouldn't declare the results if Professor Humphrey Nwosu declared the results. I knew deep into this that there were consequences which will not be fair to this country. I gave an example. I took part in the management of PDP and I can't disown them because I am part of them. I made an input into its emergence, and if you say it is the worst thing that could ever happen to the country, I cannot in all conscience sit down and say it is because I participated in it. If the transition failed, then I knew it would have fallen down. Nobody would have been bothered. They will say no. I will feel guilty, like after all, I spent the money, but it collapsed. My conscience will never forgive me. It was not a threat to my life, but if it was a threat to my life, I have no problem. After all, I have a bullet in me. There couldn't have been any greater threat than that. But my fear was, what would the country end up becoming? Would the country be better? This was what we sought to establish. Could it be better? If the answer is no, then I take the blame because I should have put in place certain measures that will make it good. What we want was an enduring legacy." Now it's very important to note his next statement. I'm quoting him. "I wouldn't say the evil was in the person who won that election. After all, he campaigned. He campaigned for it. People saw in him what he stood for and therefore decided to vote for him. It was the finest hour in Nigeria's political history where people voted anyhow, not ethnically, religiously, and so on. That was our finest moment in our political history." Which means Babangida acknowledged that Abiola won that election and that the election was transparent. I want people to note and hold on to this. Just tell me. Now, after speaking the truth above, unintentionally, he suddenly recovered himself and made a detour into falsehood. as we can see from his concluding statement. Now watch his next statement below. Bangida continued, he, Abiola, was on the verge of winning. You have made a detour. He said, he, Abiola, was on the verge of winning that election, was on the verge of winning that election. From what I saw, he was on the verge of winning that election because by the time it was assumed he won officially, the official thing was not done. Results were still coming in and it wasn't declared. So I think I would be deceiving myself if I say he has won. Can you imagine that rubbish? When Jonathan considered defeat, was the election fully completed? By the indices already out, he knew he had lost. So what is this man talking here? Is it not the same thing? Is it not the same thing? Oh God. You see? So I'm still quoting him. The credit of our getting it right, you wouldn't give me. So accepted that I will not be given that credit no matter what I say. The report concluded. Hi, IBB. With the above statement, he has made his coffin. It should be recalled that General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, the evil genius, came to become the head of state of this country through a coup d'etat he carried out with his gang of military bandits against another illegal little tyrant head of state, that is Muhammadu Buhari, who treasonably overthrew an elected legitimate government of President Shehu Shagari on December 31st, 1983. That is the same Buhari or Jubril that is sitting today as the elected president of Nigeria. Why his reign of terror and deceit lasted until he was forced to step aside. IBB murdered hundreds of highly trained, resourceful officers and caused an uncountable numbers of, both civilians and serving military personnel whom we could not publicly execute or, to vanish forever in his extrajudicial killing because he could not muster any flimsy reason to the public for their execution. Then suddenly, in a twist of irony of fate, because, as I always say, truth buried to the ground shall rise again, President Muhammadu Buhari, or his double, as the case may be, acting officially as the president of Nigeria, prompted by the Yoruba hawks led by Asiwaju Bolaji Tinubu, in order to bolster his sagging image and rejection by Nigerians, so the idea of revisiting, the idea of they have to revisit the June 12th imbroglio to him, which Nigerians don't know. They don't even know that it was Asiwaju Tinubu that suggested and his school of Yoruba traitors. They were the people who made Buhari to recognize June 12th. The president bought into it. They classified the saga of the June 12th imbroglio and validated it by gazetting it as the Democracy Day in Nigeria, with full apologies to the families of the late winners of that election, MK Abiola's family. And following suit, the House of Assembly, the House of Representatives, they have already passed the bill recognizing it, June 12th, as the Democracy Day of Nigeria. So it's an official document. And perhaps it's important to peep into news reports of that event to justify this very crucial legal document on that phenomenon landmark event. The Punch newspaper of June 6, 2018 reports, President Muhammadu Buhari, I'm quoting them sick, exactly as it is, on Wednesday declared that henceforth the Nation Democracy Day will be holding on June 12th of every year, as against the current arrangement where the ceremony holds on May 29. Buhari has also resolved to honor the winner of the annual June 12, 1993 presidential election, Chief Moshood Kashimawo Abiola, with the highest national honor, Grand Commander of the Federal Republic Federal Republic. The president disclosed this in a statement he signed and made available to journalists. Now, recapping this report of the Vanguard newspaper of June 6, 2018 as proof of validation of the June 12 imbroglio, the paper came out with a blazing headline. That is the Vanguard newspaper I'm quoting now. June 12 investiture. Buhari honors MK Abiola and others. A glimpse of the report states thus: President Muhammadu Buhari on Tuesday performed the investiture of national honors on heroes of democracy and tendered a national apology to the family of late Chief Moshood MKO Abiola for the annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election, which was adjudged to have been won by MKO Abiola. General Badamasi Babangida had already indicted his treasonable acts of his annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election with his utterances and press interviews. President Buhari's eventual declassification and validation of that election, expressed in the honor of the winner of that election with full apologies to his family and recognition of June 12 as the official Democratic Day of Nigeria, is the official declaration that General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, IBB the evil genius, committed treason against the Nigerian state and crime against humanity owing to the millions of people who have died and are still dying to date as a direct consequence of that annulment that its offshoot brought in the incumbent President Buhari and the trail of blood of innocent people that litters his party date. That is the truth. IBB, who murdered thousands of Nigerians, armed forces personnel, including a poet and writer, Major General Maman Jia Basta. Following his, occult military tribunal, convictions for treason, associated with an abortive coup to overthrow his illegal regime, should not be allowed to go to his grave with his grey hair in peace. IBB, one way or the other, have a date with the hangman, knows, as he eventually will face execution for his evil acts and crimes against humanity, as we draw the curtain on IBB and move on to a few other Fulani, want to rule other lordship over the rest of us in Nigeria. Let us still explore some of their hubris before we enter into the main message. Elder statesman and prolific writer Ato Aguncha Nwankwo, in one of his numerous published articles writing on this same Buhari and the role he played in the massacre of Biafrans during the Civil War, recounted the story of Ganiyu Sedende of the Nigerian Army Weapon Training Depot. His service number is NA/3AC/1. I repeat, his service number is NA/3AC/1. In one of his entries in his war diary, he told his men that it may be difficult to subjugate Ndigbo in the war, but even if such prospect was feasible in the war, his fear was that another generation of Ndigbo will wake up one day and pick up the struggle. To forestall that kind of situation, he ordered his men to kill any Igbo person they saw. That is, all the Igbos in the world, anywhere you see, whether man, child, kill them, so that they will not rise up again to continue the struggle. Also, writing on why the Igbos don't feel comfortable with Buhari's presidency, the same Ato was stated that, and I'm quoting him, if the Igbos view Buhari's presidency with reservation or accuse him of implementing an Hausa Fulani agenda, it is because they are not unaware of the mindset of many of the Northern heavyweights that masterminded the emergence of Buhari. Just listen to Ali Ugwazo's comment in 2004. And I was quoting what Ali Ugwazo said. When I say that the presidency must come to the north next year, that is in 2015, I am referring to the Hausa Fulani core north and not any northern Christian or Muslim minority tribe. The Christians in the north and all others are nothing, and the Muslim minorities in the north know that. When we are talking about leadership in the north and in Nigeria, Allah has given it to us, the Hausa Fulani. They can grumble, mourn and groan as much as they want, but each time they go into their bedroom to meet their wives, and each time they go on their prayer mat to begin the prayer, it is we, the Hausa Fulani, they think of, that they fear, and that they bow to, and that they pray for. Some of them are even ready to give us their wives and daughters for one day, for one night sport and pleasure. They owe us everything. This is because we gave them Islam through the great jihad waged by Sheikh Osman Dan Fodio. We also captured the Lorraine, killed their local king, and installed our Fulani emir. We took that ancient town from the Yoruba and their 50 pagan gods. We liberated these places and the entire people by imposing Islam on them by force. It was either the Quran or the sword, and most of them chose the Quran in return for the good works of our forefathers. Allah, through the British, gave us Nigeria to rule and to do as we please. Since 1960, we have been doing that, and we intend to continue. End of quote. Major General Muhammadu Buhari, in a book launch on Sharia written by an imam in Sokoto in 2001, charged Muslims to vote only for a Muslim president in the then upcoming 2003 presidential election. The jihadists went further to implore to enjoin them to pass the information around to ensure that only those that will help the propagation of Islam were voted into power in that then upcoming election. This was a man who has been a head of state of Nigeria, courtesy of a coup plot against democratically elected civilian administration. Also, in the wake of the introduction of the Sharia legal system on a supposed secular state of Nigeria during the Obasanjo's regime, this same terrorist jihadist, Muhammadu Buhari, openly showed his support for this illegal imposition of Sharia, and also canvassed for its implementation throughout Nigeria. The Guardian newspaper of August 27, 2001 quoted Buhari unequivocally saying, "I will continue," I'm quoting Buhari, "I will continue to show openly and inside me the total commitment to the Sharia movement that is sweeping all over Nigeria. Allah willing, we will not stop the agitation for the total implementation of the Sharia in the country." President Muhammadu Buhari, before he became the president of Nigeria, was nominated by the Boko Haram state on November 1, 2012 to be their main representative that would negotiate with the then regime of President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan on a ceasefire agreement term from their evil activities. Muhammadu Buhari publicly stated during the same Goodluck Ebele Jonathan's administration that killing Boko Haram, that killing Boko Haram members and destroying their houses was unjust. This same terrorist, jihadist head of state, is the grand patron of Miyetti Allah Cattle Rearers Association of Nigeria, an outfit that is synonymous with bloodletting, and the chief sponsors of the so-called farmers' herders conflict in Nigeria. All the above cited narratives are just a tip of the iceberg showcasing the Fulani or Hausa Fulani, very arrogant display of impudency and divine claim of leadership by their race over the rest of us who in their belief are subhuman and expendable, or at best will remain their hewers of wood and slaves forever. We shall now proceed to unravel some landmark ancient mysteries and scientific puzzles that exist to date as we go straight to the Bible. But before then, the origin of the Fulani race is as defined by the editors of Encyclopedia Britannica. We are going to see how they define the origin of the Fulanis, because scientifically, the origin of the Fulanis to date is unknown. Worldwide, nobody knows their origin. So I'm quoting from Fulani Empire, Historical Empire Africa, written by the editors of Encyclopedia Britannica. I'm quoting from them. Now I'm going to tell you what they said. Fulani Empire, Muslim theocracy of Western Sudan that flourished in the 19th century. The Fulani, a people of obscure origin. I want you to know that. That's their opening statement. The Fulani, a region of obscure origin, expanded eastward from Futa, Toro, in Lower Senegal in the 14th century. By the 16th century, they had established themselves at Massina, upstream from the Niger Bend, and were proceeding eastward into the Hausa land. Some settled in the 19th century at Adamawa in the western Cameroon. Many of the Fulani continued to pursue a pastoral life. Some, however, particularly in Hausa land, gave up their nomadic pursuits, settled into existing urban communities, and were contented and were converted to Islam. In the 1790s, a Fulani divine, Osman Danfodio, 1754 to 1817, who lived in the northern Hausa state of Gobe, that is northeast of Sokoto, quarreled with East rulers, accusing the Hausa kings of being little more than pagans. He encouraged the Hausa people to revolt, joined both by Hausa commoners and by Fulani pastoralists alike. The jihad or holy war swept through Hausa land and repulsed only by the Eastern Empire of Kanum-Bonu, engulfed Adamawa, Nupe, and Yoruba land to the south. After the invasion by the Fulani on the northern provinces of the Uyo, the Emirate of Ilorin to the northeast became the base from which Islam was to spread among the Yorubas. That is what they want to use Benue State to do. They want to use them as a base and their launching pad of war against the former Eastern region. That is what they are planning. So continuing with the report of the encyclopedia editors, Osman, who was more a scholar than a statesman, ceded the practical direction of the eastern part of the empire to his son, Muhammad Bello, who settled in Sokoto, and the western, with its capital at Gwandu, to his brother Abdullahi. All three continued the Fulani denunciation of Bonu. The empire reached its zenith under Muhammad Bello, who, like Osman, administered it according to the principles of Muslim law. The decay of this system was to aid the establishment in the 19th century of British rule over what was to be known as northern Nigeria. End of quote. Now we enter into the core message of today. Origin of Fulani is synonymous with origin of Islam as a religion. The intrinsic leadership right of the Fulani over Nigeria, we are going to see how it started. Nigeria's eternal problem is not leadership but spiritual. Exceedingly important we understand through this piece the very historical origin of the mutual generational blood enmity between the core Hausa Fulani against the core Christians of Nigeria, especially against the people of the former Eastern region, almost exclusively Christians or the Biafrans. Also, the ancient origin of the perennial and mutual combat between farmers and the Fulani herdsmen, and how we put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Genesis 3:15. How the journey began. The whole world should pay attention as we finally come to solve the mystery of the missing link of Charles Darwin, the father of evolution. Now let us go to the Bible book of Genesis, the fall of man. Genesis chapter 3 from verse 1 to 7. Now I read. When it comes to the issue of Bible, I only deal with King James Version of the Bible. It may be old, but that is the only Bible I relate to. Because the wordings of the Bible, every comma, every dot in the Bible is for an anointed eye to see and decode. All the various translations of the Bible, I don't go with them because it removes the revelation of what God wants to show you. So every scripture I preach in my life or associate with are based on King James Version. It may be old, but that is for me. So Genesis.
This is bone stuff. It's not the message, a message that has never been preached since the world began on cattle. You will see it today. You see, now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, You shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God has said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall you touch it, lest you die. This is a practical occurrence in a practical location. We should understand that. So Eden is no atmospheric expression. It's a practical place on earth. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, for God doth know that in the day you eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be as God, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and the tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat, and the eyes of them both were open, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. That is Genesis 3, 1-7. Now we come to verse 13 of the same scripture. And the Lord God said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. And the Lord said unto the serpent, Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above. I want you to note the next statement. Thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon, not again, upon thy belly, note, shall thou go. Upon thy belly shall thou go, and thus shall thou eat all the days of your life. And not again, I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thee, it shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. This is Genesis 3, 13-15. Origin of the generational mutual combat. Now, decoding. Obvious from the opening quoted verse and all through the whole quoted verses that the serpent involved in this scenario has the power of speech. Go back and see. It can talk. He spoke to the woman Eve, whom the Bible described as the mother of all living. Note it. Adam was never described as the father of all living, but Eve was described as the mother of all living. We all know how old the Bible is, as it is not written in our generation, as we decode the ancient mystery that has defied all wise sages of all ages to date. It is very important we now know the nature of this note, this serpent, that is more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord has made. Now, what is the dictionary definition of the word subtle? Subtle is defined as cunning, clever, dexterous, from Latin word subtilis, fine, thin, delicate. What does it mean to be subtle? Thin, tenuous, or rarefied, as a fluid or an odor. 2. Fine or delicate in meaning or intent. Difficult to perceive or understand. That is Wikipedia. Obvious. The word obvious, O-B-V-I-O-U-S, is defined as the natural opposite of
subtle or subtle. It's obvious this serpent is highly skilled in deceit, more than any beast of the field. What is the shape and nature of this serpent, more subtle than any beast of the earth which the Lord God has made? In the course of God to the serpent in Genesis 3:14, he separated that particular unique serpent from all other beasts of the field and called it by its real original name and shape. Now what did God say? God said, thou art cursed above all, note, cattle. Not again, not above all serpent, but above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. From the above statement of God, one can clearly see that the serpent that begat Eve, called the mother of all living by the Bible, was not a serpent snake per se, but a cattle beast species, a unique species of cattle, not all cattle. Thou art cursed above all cattle. Now, what is a serpent? According to the Bible, according to the dictionary definition of serpent, the serpent is a limbless reptile. Since the day of creation, the serpent has always remained in its original form, limbless reptile. So from the beginning of creation, Merriam-Webster dictionary defines it as creature that creeps, hisses, or stings. That is how the serpent snake have always been. It have not changed since the days of creation till today. God said to the serpent, upon thy belly shall thou go. Meaning, that unique cattle was originally a human look-alike standing cattle until the curse of the Lord God came upon it. What is a cattle to start with? Cattle is defined as a four-footed animal of mammal species. Very important to know the curse of God. Upon thy belly shall thou go. Can you imagine? Not the division of cattle. Four-footed animal of mammal species. Mammal of the human gender. Very important to know the curse of God. Upon thy belly thou shalt go. Note, not upon thy belly thou shalt crawl, if it was the serpent snake. If the cut was a literal serpent snake. But this one, God said, go. That made the one standing human-like cattle mammal to become a four-footed beast that goes on its belly, as exactly in the Darwinian missing link. Now, I want you to practicalize this particular scenario as I did with my 11-year-old daughter some years back. I called up my 11-year-old daughter on the 20th of September 2018. On the night of it, to demonstrate my verbal instruction to her to go upon your belly a distance. That was like she didn't even know why I was calling her. You see, I told her, go on your belly a distance, my daughter. Unaware of what was in my mind, she knelt down on her knees, placed her two palms on the ground, and moved exactly as a cattle does as a four-footed mammal animal. I'm telling you, as a four-footed mammal beast. And I was struck at her demonstration. I asked her why she did not crawl on her belly, and she replied that it would have been wrong to practicalize my instruction by crawling because the instruction was for her to go on her belly, not crawl on her belly. Go and practicalize this thing on your own. Put it in practice and the clarity of what I'm talking about comes out. Now look at it. Curse above every beast of the field. What does one find in a field? Of course, what do you find in a field? Grass. What are normal cattle supposed to eat? Of course, grass. God again separated this particular species of cattle he caused from other species of cattle in existence. God said, and thus shall thou eat all the days of your life. Can you imagine? Meaning, this unique species of cattle, this particular species of cattle have been separated from all cattle in this world. It is now on its own. This particular unique species of cattle will feed only on dust all through its life. Very strange cause from God to the serpent-based cattle. Now the question is, what kind of dust should that be, and how can it be fed on? Note, dust. Now watch the Lord God continue to address and cause the serpent cattle. We go to verse 15 of Genesis 3. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Can you imagine? Amazing. So there were seeds, enmity, and these synonyms means hostility, animosity, animus. You understand me? Deep-seated dislike or ill will, enmity, which derives from an Anglo-French word meaning enemy, suggests true hatred, either overt or concealed. Hostility implies strong open enmity that shows itself in attack or aggression. That is by Merriam-Webster Dictionary. Enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. Very important to note. Two separate seeds from two different sources that God put enmity between them. The seed of the serpent cattle and the seed of Adam. You understand me? We go back to the Bible. And a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. That is Genesis 3 verse 6. Now we go to verse 7. But then, what is a seed? The unit, according to the definition of dictionary, the unit of reproduction of a flowering plant, capable of developing into another such plant. A man's semen, any of a number of semen. That is Oxford English Dictionary. Now verse 7. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig trees together, and and made themselves aprons. Very amazing occurrence here. Every adult should use self as a reflective assessment of what truly happened here at Pakati Peninsula, the biblical Garden of Eden. There is no apple in this world, till date, or fruit, or food, or even drink, that you will take and your eyes will be open to the extent that you are useful, innocence, diminishes into a state of sudden consciousness of your developed sexual organs, except having sex. Think of the very first time you had sex in your life. If it happened at a very young age, you suddenly become conscious of your nakedness or heightened uncaring attitudes of exposure of your body. As those traits ceases immediately, you taste sex. Your eyes actually opens up. So the apple that Eve ate from the cattle serpent and gave to Adam was not a literal apple fruit. The then standing man-like cattle, called the serpent, had sex with Eve first, took in the seed of the cattle beast serpent, and afterward had sex with her husband Adam, and took in again with the seed of Adam, two different semen seeds in one woman, from two different sources of a standing man-like cattle serpent, because Satan incarnated the cattle to have sex with Eve, the mother of all living. That is one of the seeds there. The second one is Adam. And God said, "He shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel." It's actually the main origin of the generational mutual combat and enmity that lies side by side in the world today, that produce the beast system that runs through the whole Bible book of Revelation, that is dividing the world today into the Antichrist forces and the pro-Christ forces, that divided the whole world, even up to America. The issues that is very dominant by the emergence of President Trump as the President of America, that divided America, polarized America into two. Not only America was polarized, the whole world in general was polarized, either for pro-God or against God. That's the Antichrist forces. That is what is happening. The emergence of President Trump, whether you like it or not, was a divisive mark that put people in their places. That is why he have generated so much animosities. Go and look at all the whole forces who were against Trump. Go and look at their religious background and their belief. And the scale will fall from their face all over the world. Go and look at them. They are either atheists, both those who say they will not come to America again if Trump wins, that they are going to tear their passport and all that. Go and check the polarization all over the world, across the globe. It was a clear distinction. It was a clear division, an unparalleled division in the history of mankind. That is why that man is so important. And the reason why God brought him to power. And his era is almost ending, because very soon if he doesn't take him, they're going to assassinate him. The reason for his coming into power is to declare Biafra. He and Israel are the two forces that God has put in place to do an immediate recognition of Biafra. You cannot recognize Israel and you refuse to recognize Biafra. You cannot. You cannot like a son and hate his father. It's not practicable. And I've always said it. To Trump, it's a must, because that is the only thing, that declaration of Biafra is the only thing that can save him. If Trump had not come into to become the president of America, America would have entered into slavery. And the only thing that can save both Trump, both American people per se as of today, and the whole world and Israel today, is the recognition of Biafra. Israel is holding them down in the Middle East. Biafrans will be the people that will hold these Islamic forces down in Africa. Africa is where all the whole natural resources are. They are where all the whole vital natural resources are. They hold the four A's. If Trump does not recognize Biafra and make Biafra to come, and Israel make Biafra to come, and the forces of Islamism overthrow and conquer the Biafra land, America is finished. Israel is finished. You cannot. That is why, as a matter of urgency, you are going to support Biafra. And one other revelation I'm going to key into this particular thing. You don't know it, but I'm revealing it to you as a sign that I'm speaking the truth of God. You don't know it. South Korea, they have a very weak president. He's dancing to their grave. He doesn't know what he's doing. North Korea will invade South Korea at the same time that China will invade Taiwan. Go and mark it. You don't know what is playing out there. This is a strong revelation that I'm giving you. I'm giving to Trump. I'm ready to use the secret of what I know to make deal with America, because it behoves them. It is their heritage to have my gift. I'm fasting their development immediately by the knowledge of what I possess as a human being. But where they fail to do so, I will make deal with other places. I will make deal with other places. So whether President Trump likes it or not,
I've told him I was the one who killed the Russian probe for him. If he doesn't make haste, it is getting over. The American currency will collapse and the world will enter into slavery. They are going to enter into bondage. The only thing that can save their currency is to hold on to Biafra. By the time you hold on to Biafra and you hold on to Israel in relationship, you have conquered the world. That is why in this end time scenario, the news of Biafra and the Israel will be the predominant news of the globe, because they stand for signs and signals of development in this ending closing of the age. Biafra stands for the time clock for translation, while Israel is the time clock for Armageddon. America should watch out how nature treats them. Anytime they are good to Biafrans, nature treats them right. Anytime they are bad to Biafrans, they have inclement weather. If they don't stop this immediate jihad in 7 days' time that is coming any moment from now, America will suffer the greatest and the worst consequences since the life began. So they have to take note. I go back to my story. So, this is the origin of the generational mortal combat and the enmity that lies side by side in the world today, that produce the beast system that runs, through the book of Revelation, that will equally bring out the beast system, the Antichrist forces system, that was the result of the sexual intercourse in which Eve had a double ration. Mind you, Eve was called the mother of all living by Adam in verse 2. In verse 20, but Adam was never referred to as the father of all living, because he was not. I'm not talking about Ishmael descendants. I hope people know that it's different from what I'm saying. We are not talking about Ishmael now. We are talking about issues that existed before Ishmael. I want people to note what I'm saying. The first occurrence, the result of the intercourse played out in Genesis chapter 4, where Eve gave birth to Cain first, then Abel, in an almost twin-like delivery. Today, medical science are proving that a woman, can make love to two different men and deliver their separate children between intervals, exactly as it happened in Eden. Even a hospital in the United Kingdom today have created a three-parent babies. Babies that three fathers different fathers that have a relationship with each other. But yet they came from the same source. That generational enmity in the cause God pronounced between the seed of Adam and the seed of the cattle serpent was the reason Cain killed his supposed brother Abel. They were the same mother, but not the same father, which was why after Cain killed Abel, Adam's genealogy did not continue with Cain after the death of Abel, as recorded in Genesis chapter 5. Go to Genesis chapter 5, you find it, the descendants of Adam. This is the book of the generation of Adam in the day that God created man. In the likeness of God made he him, male and female, created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam. In the day when they were created, and Adam lived 130 years and begat, I want you to note, and begat a son in his own likeness after his image, and called his name Seth. End of the matter, as it was clearly stated. Cain was not in the image of Adam and was never Adam's son. Adam did not accept him. You understand me? Cain himself married from the daughters of the other seed. Have you seen it? You understand me? He married from the generation, the cost standing bid, from the
cattle beast, from the cattle, from the human-like cattle species. That was where Cain got his wife. Now look at it. Now back to the doors. This unique cause cattle we eat. And thus shall thou eat all the days of thy life. To find out the answer to the doors, food, that separate this unique cattle from all other species of cattle that feed on grass, we go back to the curse of God upon the man Adam, who allowed his wife to make him disobey God. And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for thy sake. In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall he bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground, for out of it was thou taken. Note, for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. That was Genesis chapter 3, verse 17 to 20. This clearly tells us the dust this unique cattle will feed on. The dust of the human life of Adam and his descendants. Can you imagine, as we move on to identify this present day substance of this ancient scenario, it is important to bear in mind that it is not a whole world simultaneous occurrence, but a play out in a corner, a particular corner or country or nation of the world, from where it reflected on the whole world. And this is exactly playing out in the country of where the Garden of Eden is located, which is exactly in Pakati Peninsula in Nigeria, in West Africa, from where it will reflect on the whole world as we find our ancestors on the Nigerian family tree of ancestry. And the easiest way to do it is through the cultures of the different people of Nigeria, of that country, which begets us another question. What is culture? The sum, culture is defined as the sum of attitude, custom, and belief that distinguishes one group of people from another. Culture is transmitted through language, material objects, ritual, institutions, and arts from one generation to the next, which means you are your culture. The embodiment of your total essence is your culture. Hartman defines culture as a system of learned behaviors by a group of people that are considered to be the tradition of that people and are passed on from one generation to the next. This is what we will apply in revisiting the tripod stand-up leg of the early Nigerian nation, expressed in the three most dominant tribes of Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba. No, that is the three dominant tribes in Nigeria. Other ones can affiliate in either of this tripod. You understand me? Hausa, Fulani, Igbo, and Yoruba. You understand me? So we go back to it. So seeing the two dominant issues of serpent and cattle in mind, if we bear it in mind, the serpent represents evil in the culture and belief of the old eastern Nigeria, or present-day southeast and most of the south-south states today, that we are in the eastern region, that is of rivers, Bayelsa, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom, and others like Delta, and so on and so forth. The serpent is the greatest taboo of the people of this area in their culture and methodology. On cattle, they do not cultivate the nomadic cattle, but a different species of cattle you tie in a place. Go to Igbo, you find the Igbo cattle there, you know, it's not a nomadic cattle. You don't take them around, you know, you know, the Fulani pasturage you know, the Fulani herdsmen do. It's not like that. And it has never been a large-scale, you know, issue. And very different species in every material different, both in appearance and to the type being cultivated by main dominant tribes in Nigeria, in cattle rearing. You understand me? Even Abraham was cultivating a different species of cattle. The cattle of Abraham is the same type of cattle that the Igbos cultivate. You understand me? Now, when you go to the, you know, the main dominant tribe in Nigeria, in cattle rearing, when you talk of cattle in Nigeria, even a year-old child in Nigeria will refer to the Fulani herdsmen as the main dominant tribe in Nigeria when you talk of cattle, which brings us to the cultural belief of the Fulanis as regards to cattle from one of their own, one of the most erudite and most educated and traveled and cosmopolitan Fulani that ever lived in Nigeria, and really died in 2017 at an old age. You understand me? So it eliminates the Yorubas. You understand me? Now look at it. What did this man say? And the man, you know, a former Nigerian permanent representative to the United Nations, born on October 1st, 1929, died on July 3rd, 2017 in a Cairo hospital at the age of 87. He became member of parliament at 24 and a minister at the age of 29. That's my Tamasude. Hear the views of this acclaimed orator on the cultural affinity that existed between the Fulani and the cattle when he was admonishing Nigerian leaders to imbibe the philosophy of the Fulani herdsmen. We will revisit his words. We go to his words. Now, what did he say? Let's go to what my Tamasule said on the philosophy of the Fulani herdsmen. I want you all to listen. The philosophy of the Fulani herdsman. He is always, I'm quoting him, he is always in front of his head, not behind them, because he leads them, not drive them. He carries a stick not to beat, but to guide and defend them with it. When they come to cross the road, he crosses last, to make sure each one crosses safely. When they come to a pond, they drink the water first before him. No matter how hungry he is, he will not eat from the gourd he always carries until he is sure every member of his herd is satisfied. He knows the name of each member of his herd and call and dialogue with them individually or collectively. In time of danger, he has a distinct signal to tell them to disperse and where to assemble. A Fulani man will never eat meat from a member of his herd. Some never eat cow meat at all because of the unwritten covenant between them. That is why the cow trusts its owner and obey him, and that is why leaders are admonished to adopt the philosophy of the Fulani herdsmen in leading their people. This is This was given wide publication in every media in Nigeria when he made this statement. Now, are you struck by the statement on written covenant? So there was a covenant. Okay. Did you remember God's covenant with Abraham? So the Fulani cattle can talk and hold conversation. This same late Maitama Sule, before he died, once claimed that God gave leadership to the North. The Northerners, I'm quoting him, are endowed by God with leadership qualities. The Yoruba man knows how to earn a living and has diplomatic qualities. The Igbo is gifted in trade, commerce, and technological innovation. God so created us equally with purposes and different gifts. End of quote. I hope the ancient origin imbibed by the present Fulani race that gave rise to the born to rule motto of the seat of the Caliphate in Sokoto State and our power mentality can be seen in the expose on what happened in Eden. Match Maitama Sule's Fulani cultural affinity with the expose on Eden and you will see the real face of the man that owned the clothes in Eden, that is the father of Cain. What am I saying? Scratch off, and we want to do a practical demonstration of what I'm saying. Scientists should do this practical demonstration I'm saying. Go and get the Fulani cattle. Go and get it. Scratch off the first facial skin of the Fulani cattle and you will be astonished to see a human-like face. The face of the man-like one-standing cattle beast that became a cattle on all fours. I'm telling you, just go and do it. If what I'm saying is wrong, hang me without trial. Get the Fulani stock of cow. Scratch up the face, the skin of the facial face. Look at it. You will see the human face. Human face. The missing leg of Charles Darwin. You see it. You will see it. That is the beast that became a cattle on all fours. That is the Passover mentality from Eden that gave rise to the modern mentality of today's Fulani, that the oil in Bayelsa and the entire eastern region by birthright belong to them because the stepping beast cattle stole the inheritance of Adam, as Biafra means the original owners of the earth. The stolen inheritance was restored by the manifestation of the Lamb that is playing out in the final countdown battle of the Lamb versus the cattle beast serpent. That is the reason why no matter what happened, even if the Igbo governors or their South counterparts and the so-called Ohanese and so on and so forth concede everything to the Hausa Fulanis, including running to their, to their mother or girlfriend's tampers, like Prince Charles of England, claim that he will want to run into into his woman pampers. Then that one must meet them there because it is inevitable. You see, it's ordained in heaven. The Hausa Fulani knows that there is no peaceful way of dissolving a nation like Nigeria and had already declared their jihad through the so-called Operation Python Dance 3. Only the fools and undiscerning in the former eastern region does not understand what is going on. Now, Python. What is a Python? When we come to Python Dance, what is a Python? Prince Charles said you run into Camela's tampers and this. So if they like, let them run into it. Python Dance 3 is already here, waiting for them. So I'm not exonerating the Yorubas. Don't have anything with you. Just allow Rapture to separate the Yorubas. Just that is another misgrade we are going to deal with. Not here, but just completely forget about them. Now, what is Python? Python is a large, I'm decoding Python Dance 3. Python, a large, heavy-bodied, non-venomous snake occurring throughout the old world tropics, killing prey by constriction and asphyxiation. That's Oxford Dictionary. What is Buhari doing to you people today? Had Buhari and his co-travelers not tightened, narrowed or squeezed out the life out of your businesses and almost choked the life out of the whole people of the former eastern region, cut off your air supplies, you have been constricted and asphyxiated by Buhari. Made worse even by the operation that Python danced 1, 2, 3 in the southeast and Crocodile's Man in the south-south, two very sadistic terminologies involving the worst carnivorous species of reptiles that can only come from the brain of beasts in human form that people think are humans. Absolutely, they find and seen in their human form of Muhammadu Buhari and Tuko Baratai. And look at them. That is why you have that hopeless compassion, heartlessness. People that can rip up the belly of a pregnant woman and bring out the forming baby and slaughter. Come look at the way they treat human life. This sadistic, worse human form of degrading the human essence, and you call them human beings. Look at it. The larger species of crocodiles are very dangerous to humans, mainly because of their ability to strike before the person can react. Before you can react, crocodiles have already finished you. That's how Wikipedia defining the crocodile. Operation Python Dance 3 and Crocodile Smile in the southeast and southwest. It means that this time around there will be no mass grave to reveal their evil acts, as the people killed will have their organs, harvested for onward movement to London and other Western countries. Which I preached in some of my messages in the past. And their remains fell to crocodile in the sea as a permanent foolproof way of disposing their bodies or remains of millions of people they will kill in their soon coming jihad that have already been declared, which is the main reason why rapture or translation of the elders is almost at hand, as the pressure of the jihad will beget the rapture when millions of true believers will be caught up in the air, and the remnants will slug it out. We slug it out here. Eventually Biafra comes, leading into tribulation and the reign of the Antichrist climaxing into the Armageddon war. Biafran restoration is the sign for rapture, while the faith that will befall Israel after Biafra crisis will be the sign for the Armageddon war. I once read an article by Charles Ugu where he wrote that General Buratai keeps the statuette of an Egyptian cobra on his official desk. He farms snakes, he takes a fish with snakes, he feels an affinity for snakes, he said in the article. The serpent that represents the most abhorrible taboo, spiritually and physically, to the people of the former eastern region is the most romantic and adorable soulmate of the Fulani, and the subtle nature of the serpent is well reflected in the subtle maneuver of the Fulani race, that despite the fact that the whole Fulani population in Nigeria, if you separate them from the Hausa, or they are less than 7 million, and yet they subtly maneuvered others and became the de facto rulers of Nigeria that control everything. This ancient mysteries of what transpired in Eden as revealed in this piece is the reason why to date the actual origin of the Fulani remains a mystery. Go and search in every book of record. The actual origin is not known by any scientific research. Any endeavor you make cannot find the origin. The same reason is why they do not want the restructure of Nigeria, and they believe they own the country and others are slaves that must serve them. Here the Northern Elders Forum, on restructuring, it would not be easy for us to give up our advantages. That is what they said. That ancient development is the source of the unwritten covenant between the Fulani and the cattle. The cattle that feast on those human life, which is why nothing is done to the Fulani herdsmen and their cattle that have murdered thousands of innocent Nigerians, and feed people's farm crops to their cattle that does not eat grass like others. And eventually, nothing happens to them as none is ever arrested nor prosecuted. On the 16th of March 2017, the Vanguard newspaper reported how the entire National Assembly was shut down by protesting youths who came to lodge a protest letter against the activities of the Fulani herdsmen in their areas under the aegis of Vanguard Against TV Massacre, that is VATIP. They alleged that over 500 of their people were massacred by the Fulani herdsmen, with over 30,000 people displaced in a renewed Fulani attack in their communities. Similarly, in the same report, another group from Nasarawa State, under the umbrella of Ajiri Afon National Youth Development Association, in their letter to the National Assembly during their peaceful protest, signed by the president of the group, Engineer Amiru Suleiman, entitled Incessant Attacks by Fulani Herdsmen and Kidnapping of Ajiri Afo Farmers, states among other things, "We are in pain and distress. We are dying as a result of this destruction to our economic activities in our land due to insecurity. The Fulani herdsmen with their cattle would forcefully invade a farmland, eating up and destroying it. Any form of protest by farmers results to attack. Their attack have left more than 200 dead and 500 with several machete wounds, while most of the surviving victims are suffering from emotional stress." They called upon the Buhari government to investigate the menace, especially in Kokona local government area, where they claim to have seen helicopters supplying arms and ammunition and other logistics on top of a mountain to their attackers. All over the country, especially in Benue, Plateau, and in the former eastern region, uncountable number of people have been massacred by the Fulani herdsmen, women raped, farmlands, deserted, thousands dying of hunger as a result of lack of harvest occasioned by the activities of the Fulani herdsmen and their cattle that eat up their crops in the farm, a species of cattle that no longer feed on grass. In July of this year, the governor of Benue State, Samuel Otom, states that for over a decade, the people of Benue State have noticed the influx of armed herdsmen who have violently attacked many communities in the state. Between 2013 to 2016 alone, Fulani herdsmen killed more than 1,878 men, women, and children in cold blood from 12 local government areas of Benue State. Another 750 were seriously wounded, while 200 are missing. Over 99,427 households were affected in Benue State, and property worth billions of naira destroyed. In 2014 alone, the destruction recorded across 10 local government areas in Benue State exceeded 95 billion naira, the governor stated. The governor stated this while hosting the United Nations Commissioner on Refugee in Nigeria, that is Edward Callum, whom he implored to find lasting solution to the violence and insecurity in the state. The Fulani herdsmen, which the United Nations officially pronounced the fourth deadly terrorist organization in the world, has killed over 15,000 people in Nigeria in recent history directly, and have sent thousands to untimely death as a result of hunger arising from poor or no harvest of agricultural inputs as a result of cattle that eat up their planted farms. This narrative is no hate speech or joke, but a pure literal interpretation of the Bible, and precisely on the 28th of September 2017, at the celebration of the 79th anniversary of Ikoyi Club in Lagos, Nigerian Minister of Agriculture, Chief Oduogbe, according to the Punch newspaper, said that Nigerian cows are worst milk producers globally, emphasizing that an average cow in Holland produces a minimum of 50 liters of milk per day, while in the United States, milk production per cow can rise to over 100 liters per day, but Nigerian cow produces less than 1 liter of milk per day. Can you beat that? Now, I am going to read another news report for you from the Sunday Sun of Monday, November 20, 2017. Why we oppose cattle ranching by Chinyere Allah. Now, look at the report. It's a Fulani socio-cultural organization, the Chinyere Allah Kota has lashed out at people that are criticizing open cattle grazing and advocating ranches as alternative to age-long open grazing practice by the herdsmen. Their justification was that the cattle bred in Nigeria is not suitable for ranches and cannot survive being confined to a particular location for a very long time. I'm just giving you practical evidences that you can use to prove what I've been saying. That is from the Chinyere Allah themselves. That is the people that are saying what I'm reading. He said the national president of Fulani Cultural Group, Alhaji Bello Bodojo, who addressed journalists in Abuja, insisted that the anti-open grazing law being championed by Benue State will do more harm than good to the socio-economic life of the state, if not reverse. According to him, it was also a breach of some sections of the 1999 Constitution, which guarantees free movement of Nigeria. The cultural heritage of Fulani people was also violated by the law. He further told newsmen that they have carried out series of scientific studies tests to confirm the survival opportunity for the breed of cow in ranching environment, and it failed woefully. He said, "We tried ranching years before the coming of the anti-open grazing law in Benue State, and it failed woefully. Our cows died few days after. If government is serious with the option of cattle ranching, then it behoves on them to buy up the existing cattle from the herdsmen and replace them with different breeds of cattle, perhaps procured from abroad, that could withstand ranching." Can you imagine? He said, "Have you seen that special species of separated cow that goes course? Look at it. Look at the confirmations." The national secretary of the group, Al-Hassan Saleh, re-emphasized the need for state and non-state actors to prevail on the Benue State government to stop the persecution of Fulani pastoralists via the anti-opening grazing law. He said, I'm quoting him, "Fulani pastoralists are a peaceful set of Nigerians, but that should not be taken for granted. We have used several means to appeal to the Benue State government to reverse the law because of its implication to our socio-economic lives, but that had failed. The patience of our people is running out. They are being pushed to the wall, and that might force them to react someday, and their anger will be devastating." That was basically what we are trying to prevent. Meanwhile, the national coordinator of Chinyere Allah Cattle Breeders Association, Garos Gololo, has accused the state government of deliberate efforts to push herdsmen out of Benue State, where he claimed they have undoubtedly contributed to its socio-economic development. He said the state government claimed that it had established pilot ranches in the 3 senatorial districts in the state was untrue and misleading. He added, "We are outrightly against ranching. However, it takes several years to build a ranch. This is because the soil, grass, and water will undergo several scientific studies. Other basic amenities like nomadic schools, veterinary, clinic, market, and other amenities are also expected to be provided for the use of both the herders and their cattle." End of the report. Now another report. Fears of herdsmen attack has gripped Ndi Olumbe Mvosi community of Isialangwa local government of Abia State, following the refusal of herdsmen to vacate farmland, insisting that it was their right to choose where to graze their cattle. The traditional ruler of the agrarian community, His Royal Highness Eze Godwin Ogbonna, told journalists at his Ezeala Palace that his people became apprehensive when a man who gave his name as Muhammad Shuaibu came and threatened the community for ejecting cattle from farmlands after 2 weeks of devastation of crops. He said that over 100 heads of cattle had come from Umoba area and moved into Okuyi farmland, and for 2 weeks grazed in the area, destroying farm crops to the chagrin of farmers who watched helplessly as their labor was wasted. You can imagine where 100 cows stayed for 2 weeks, trampling on the farms and feeding on crops, cassava, corn, vegetables, and other valuable farm crops were laid waste. Hunger is looming as crops ready for harvest and the newly planted ones were all destroyed. I have appealed to my people to be patient, but the herdsmen refused to leave, hence some youths forced them out of the farm. They have just been driven out without any fight, he explained. However, tension heightened when Shuaibu came down from Okigwe and told the traditional rulers that the herdsmen would not abandon grazing their cattle at Njolumbe, saying that they had surveyed the area and found it very suitable for grazing. This is reported in this day newspaper of November 23, 2017. This is only a tip of the iceberg what is happening in the whole of the Igbo land, South, and all other targeted areas they wish to destroy in their soon coming jihad under Buhari, so-called democratic rule and American support for it. All the way from the north with impunity in another state and another man's land, yet the world watched and kept silent, Gogo Nimbo massacre. Wikipedia will tell you, Nimbo, also Ukpabi Nimbo, is a border town in Ozo Uwani area of Enugu State, Nigeria, where 7 villages, Ekuru, Nimbo, Ngwoko, Ugwijoro, Ebo, Enugu, Nimbo, Umome, and Ugu Achara were invaded and scores massacred by over 500 Fulani herdsmen, rated the 4th deadliest terrorist group in the world in the early hours of April 25, 2016. Uzo Uwani has boundaries with the southern states of Ebonyi and Anambra and central states of Benue and Kogi, where these attacks has increased lately. Lately here means since their grand patron Buhari came to power. Agatu massacre, we can forgive but won't forget how Fulani herdsmen killed 6,000 of our kinsmen. This is the story by the locals. Vanguard newspaper of February 5, 2017, in a special feature, a year after the massacre, featured comments from Agatu locals of Benue State on the massacre of their people by Fulani herdsmen that took place in late February 2016 and continued for many days. Even after the man, called President Muhammadu Buhari, gave order to arrest the culprits, similar to the one given against the Ariwa youths. Was anything done? Nothing was done. More than 5,000 cows occupied, accompanied by heavily armed herdsmen, were still occupying parts of Agatu, obviously to allow their cows feed on dust, that is the human beings. The scale of destruction Agatu was so colossal that the representative of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees to Nigeria and Economic Communities of West African States, that's ECOWAS, Mrs. Angela Dikongwe Atangana, told this day newspaper of April 3, 2016, that Agatu massacre was worst ever in her history of covering crisis. Here, according to the report, in my 20 years of working as a humanitarian, I have never seen such a level of destruction. If tests are not taken, the crisis can affect the country as a whole. And yet, these Fulani herdsmen had the audacity to drag the Benue State government to court I'm telling you, drag them to court because of the anti-grazing law in the state. Can you beat that? Can you imagine it? In another man's land and in another man's state. And what was the substance of their case? You hear the substance of their case and people's eyes will open, especially those that will brand me as a hate speech and warmonger. Now look at the substance of their case, which was even reported in the press. The Punch newspaper of August 8, 2017 reports that the Mieti Allah, I'm quoting it, the Mieti Allah Kautahor has dragged Benue State government to court over the enactment of anti-grazing law. The association had few days after Governor Samuel Otom assented to the open grazing prohibition and ranches establishment bill, threatened to challenge the law in court. He claimed that Fulanis are the first settlers of Benue Valley and as such, original owners of Benue State. The suit filed at the Federal High Court, Abuja, with number FHC/ABJ/CS/527/2017, was instituted by trustees of Mieti Allah Kautahor Social Cultural Organization. That is exactly the agenda they are replicating all over Biafra land in their quest to fulfill their unwritten covenant in what transpired in Eden. If you think they are joking about their claim of ownership of Benue, the governor of the state, supposedly the chief security officer of the state, had cause to tremble and raise alarm on an imminent invasion of the state by Fulani herdsmen. Now, to prove that it is the dust of Adam and his descendants that the Fulani cattle will feed. Look at this news report. Herdsmen grazing on our relatives' graves, Plateau residents. This is Punch of February 5, 2015 by Friday Oloko, Jos. It's a cultural organization in Plateau State, Baron Youth Mothers Association, has asked the federal government to reclaim the 54 communities in the state which were allegedly forcibly occupied by Fulani herdsmen. The group said the communities were sacked and conquered by the herdsmen between 2001 and 2018 and then renamed. The chairman of BYM, Chogi Ochowang, stated this during a news conference in Jos on Saturday. He noted that 93 communities has experienced one form of attack or the other since 2001, stressing that the Fulani herdsmen grazed on the gravesite of our dead brothers and sisters and even our holy places of worship. Can you imagine? The organization also opposed the proposal for the establishment of cattle colonies, wondering if cattle rearing had been quoted on the Nigerian Stock Exchange to warrant so much government interest. Chowang said, it is on record that between 2001 and now, Fulani herdsmen have sacked and taken over 54 communities in Plateau State and renamed them according to their culture and language. This is evident in Bakenladi and Rion local government areas. This we can affirm because the current herdsmen in these areas are not the ones that have lived among us previously. That is what they are going to do in Biafra land. When they kill you, they move you away and use their own people to put you. They are people who dress like you, and people will think they are you. They don't know that you people have vanished. I'm still quoting the report. Our people have been traumatized, several kids and properties destroyed to make them flee their ancestral home, which are now being occupied by the same terrorist herdsmen. It is on record that 54 communities such as Dankom, now renamed as Maganka by Fulani, Fars, renamed as Tafawa, Janda, Haiwa, Rochim, Rakiwa, Shongiwan and 2, Diahe, Kwadeko, Sharu, Dashugu, Tababo, Shonong, Masi, Kampua, Shekak, Dajak, Parin, Kufang, Rantis, Jongzim, Lokfine, Lobirin, Angio, Kachim, among many were completely sacked and their inhabitants displaced in Riyom and Bakin local government areas, he explained. While rejecting the agitation for creation of cattle colonies, Chu Wang said that clearing cattle remained a private and personal business which should be left in the hands of the herdsmen for ranching. He said, for us as citizens of Plateau State, and especially the northern senatorial zone, we wish to state in unequivocal terms that we do not have land for cattle colonies. Now, let us see. They are claiming that it is land and climate change that is making them to come to the south of the country. Now let us look at this news report from the Sun newspaper of December 2, 2018. It said, police deny invasion of Sokoto local government. Now look at the report. It said reports indicated on Friday that some armed groups carrying sophisticated weapons were now in control of the council and subsequently applying strange laws that attract punishment. Some residents of the affected communities said the armed groups were invited by their leaders few months ago to fight against kidnapping and cattle rustling. This is happening in Sokoto State, the seat of the Caliphate. But briefing journalists on Saturday after an on-the-spot assessment to the council, the State Commissioner of Police, Alhaji Motala Osman Mani, insisted that the groups were Malian herdsmen on grazing mission to the area. Now note, recall that Sultan had told us some years back that the killer herdsmen in Nigeria are Malians. So why is he keeping quiet on the invasion of these Malian herdsmen with sophisticated arms? That is one puzzle. The report continues. He described the group as herdsmen, that is the police commissioner is saying, herdsmen believed to be on an annual visit to the communities owing to the availability of water for their animals. Can you imagine? All the way from Mali to Sokoto to graze their cow because of the availability of water in Sokoto. So there's water in Sokoto State. So why are they coming down south? Why are the Fulani herdsmen, why did they leave Sokoto and come down south? I'm proving their lies to you. He also noted that the herdsmen were not known to be violent, but were strongly suspected to be armed. That is from the Commissioner of Police. Have you seen what is happening? You don't know what is happening. What is happening is that they knew that when their jihad starts, that the Biafrans in their community may try to, cause havoc in their own community. So they are bringing their foreign brothers to come and keep their place. They come and get their own communities in the north. Then their Boko Haram warriors in the north and other ones will now be moved down south to fight the jihad in Biafra land. While their own area are protected by, all these other ones from Mali, they brought from all over, the West Africa and all over the Islamic world. That is what exactly is playing out. The police boss who spoke through the Command Public Relations Officer, DSP Cordelia Mwewe, said on receipt of the information, the command activated an intelligence gathering and surveillance to have a reasonable understanding of the situation for proper and further action. The news of the presence of herdsmen suspected to be Malian and armed men known as Lakurawa has been making rounds lately. That's, I'm quoting her. We want to categorically debunk that they are militants or on invasion of the area. The herdsmen are reasonably believed to be Malians and reside in forests in Niger Republic, sharing border with Gudu and Tangaza local government area of Sokoto State. It is believed that they come to the area largely owing to the availability of water for their animals. Note, if they come there in the north from Mali owing to the availability of water, pasture for their animals. Then what the heck is the Fulani herdsmen from the north looking for in the former eastern region of Biafra land with their cattle when water, pasture are available in Sokoto state and environ? Have you seen what I'm saying? Still quoting her report, these herdsmen, according to intelligence gathering from competent authorities of the area, are annual visitors to the nearby forest bordering the two local government areas with their cattle, even though the number of the cattle increased exponentially this year to 3,000 cattle. They brought in 3,000 cattle from the usual figure of about 500 to 700, he explained. The police boss said the apprehension of the villagers could be unconnected to the activities of armed bandits in neighboring Zamfara state. Have you seen it? How many cattle? 3,000 accompanied by an army of jihadists. That is it. Have you seen it? He continued, the situation of the area remains calm and no ugly incidents have been recorded since the sighting of this herdsmen. We have engaged the traditional and religious authorities of the area through collaboration. The report ended. It should be noted that the police public relations officer, DSP Cordelia Mweke, told the media, according to the report of the Guardian newspaper on the same incident, that the herdsmen are light-skinned, speaks Arabic and Fulfulde language, and are with large herds numbering about 3,000, apparently looking for greener pasture. Can you see it? You are entering into negotiation with foreigners who are armed, whom Sultan have told us are Malians that are killing us here, but then the defenseless citizens in Biafra land, agitating peacefully, you go and you murder them. And the same police force cannot talk to these Malians that invaded this place. Now you are negotiating with them. Have you seen what you are seeing? I'm showing you that the jihad is already on. Now, look at it. I'm rounding up this edition. I want you to look at this. Government collaboration. Government collaboration. You have what they said in Plateau State, that ranching is private business. Cattle dealing is private business. Now look at what happened. Ohaneze ECA condemned federal government's release of 5 billion naira to Kaduna for ranches. That is Vanguard of December 17, 2018, few days ago. Now I'm reading the report. The Panibo Social Cultural Association of Ohaneze Ndibo and the Eastern Consultative Forum have condemned report that the federal government approved 5 billion grant to enable the Kaduna state government develop ranches for herdsmen in the state. The National Economic Council, NEC, approved the money for the ranches to be developed in the state in order to check the insistent clashes between farmers and herdsmen. The ranches will be located at Laduja, Damo, Kagako, and Bonin Gwari areas of the state. Reacting to the development, the special advisor on media and publicity to President General of Ohaneze Ndibo, Chief Emeka Atama, said that the action showed that the federal government does not respect the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. Atama said if the story is true, it only goes to reinforce the fact that this government does not respect the Constitution of this country, because the Constitution does not approve for government to support private businesses. Now, it also confirms further the complicity of, I'm still quoting the report, it also confirms further the complicity of the government in the dastardly activities of the herdsmen. If not, why reward killers of fellow countrymen when innocent and harmless indigenous people of Biafra is proscribed? It is condemnable and parochial and besmears the president with the toga of tribalism. If this is not sectionalism and favoritism, then tell us what it is. Also, reacting, the founder of Igbo Youth Movement, IYM, and Secretary of ECA, Evangelist Ugochukwu Uko, described the action of President Muhammadu Buhari and the federal government as despicable. Uko said, the government of All Progressive Congress, APC, led by President Muhammadu Buhari, is desperate to hang onto power beyond February 16, 2019. This development is clear. The release of 5 billion naira to Governor El-Rufai, a known crony and ally of President Buhari, is the height of now-setting nepotism. If Nigerians do not close ranks and chase away this government by February 16, 2019, this country will collapse. That is the end of the report. Now we are going to confirm, they said, if the story is true. We are now going to confirm whether it is true or not. It is actually true. Mieti Allah confirmed it. Federal government must bring back our grazing reserve. Mieti Allah. This is by Herald of December 19, 2018. The Mieti Allah Kauta Hall, a Fulani Social-Cultural Association, on Tuesday called on the federal and state government to secure grazing reserves across the country to curb farmers' headers crisis. National President of the group, Alhaji Bello Bodojo, made the call in Sokoto during a courtesy visit to the governor, Aminu Tambuwari. He said that most gazetted grazing reserve has been appropriated by farmers and should be retrieved by government. Quoting him, he said, the federal government should bring back our reserves. Some are gazetted and some are not. We do not know the reason why the government is delaying the preparation of the grazing reserve so that cattle headers can go back to their grazing area. We have the national and international cattle rules. Where are they now? This is because the government is not serious about the reserves. We are saying that if these ranches are in place, farmers and headers crisis would have been resolved more significantly, he said. Bajero alleged that of recent, the National Economic Council gave Kaduna State government $5 billion to build ranches, which is claimed are yet to be seen. So this is exactly the confirmation that that money was given by government. And this is where I am going to end this particular part A to enter part B. Egwu esetigo, the jihad ebidego. Onye mana asị asọ n'ikwe, onye na-amaghị atụ ya asọ n'ala. Ma ịlakịrị ama ịlakịrị ya, nsogbu adịrịgo. Agha yiri eyi o setile. It's not avoidable. The war is set. You are going to fight and die in this battle. Part B is coming tomorrow as the Christmas gift. I will end this one here. Thank you and good luck and God bless. My name remains Chinyere Ezeogu, the anchor writer. Thank you and bye-bye.